Honourable members, the effectiveness of governance is determined not only by what it does, but by how well it plans and how closely it listens. We have completed departmental performance assessments, strengthened macro policy coordination, and advanced stakeholder engagement through structured social dialogues across the province. Through initiatives such as Operation Sukuma Sake and district development model engagements, we have sought to ensure that government is not distant but present, responsive to the needs and concerns of communities. Madam Speaker, the response to gender-based violence and femicide remains a central pillar of our social program. Through sustained campaigns and the deployment of trained activists across police stations, we have expanded access to support services, strengthened community awareness, and improved coordination within the justice system. This is not a peripheral intervention, it is a moral and societal imperative. Honourable members, no report of this nature will be completed without addressing the question of youth employment. While progress has been made in training and skills development, the rate of placement remains significantly below expectations. This is a matter of serious concern. We have therefore resolved to undertake a fundamental shift in approach. The restructuring of the Provincial Youth Service, the alignment of skills development with labor market demand, and the integration of youth program with catalytic economic initiatives. Hence, we'll be hosting the Job Summit on the 28th and the 29th of April this year. We must move decisively from training as an end to training as a pathway to economic participation. Madam Speaker, it is the duty of this administration to present not only its achievements, but also its shortcomings. Among the principal challenges identified are as follows: delays in departmental reporting, weaknesses in planning and indicator design, a regression in audit outcomes, and emerging risk in key social indicators. These matters are being addressed through strengthened oversight, enforced compliance, and targeted institutional reforms. We approach these challenges not as impediments, but as areas requiring decisive interventions. Madam Speaker, honourable members, the Office of the Premier remains the strategic center of governance in KwaZulu-Natal. Its task is to ensure coherence, enforce accountability, and drive delivery across the provincial administration. The report before this House demonstrates that progress has been made through discipline, through integrity, and through a clear sense of purpose. Yet we remain acutely aware that the expectations of our people are both legitimate and exacting. We shall therefore continue to strengthen governance systems, improve service delivery, and ensure that the state remains responsive to those it serves. In so doing, we reaffirm a simple but fundamental principle that a government must not only act, it must act decisively, effectively. It must not only speak, but it must also be heard, and it must not only exist, but it must deliver. This is just the executive highlight on the report which was submitted to the Office of the Speaker and circulated to the honourable members. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Premier. We move on to item 9.3, the report by the MEC of Agriculture and Rural Development on Vote 3 departmental performance against their annual performance plans. Thank you. I invite the Honourable MEC of Agriculture, Honourable Kamadlo Pamtet, for 20 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Speaker in absentia, Honorable MECs, Honorable Members. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development presents this annual performance report on Vote 3 against its 2025-2026 annual performance plan. The report is presented in the midst of an ongoing foot and mouth disease outbreak and the vaccination campaign. Noting the severity and impact of this disease, Cabinet declared it a disaster. Since the arrival of the vaccine, the provincial department has been in communities ensuring that throngs of animal herd in commercial and communal areas are vaccinated. This campaign started at Uku district, moved to Herikwala, Mkanyagud, and now the teams are in Zululand district. Honorable members, I wish to assure you in this house that we are doing everything in our powers to bring this disease of economic significance under control. Then in this financial year, the department had 67 targets and it achieved 65 and underachieved on just 2 indicators, thus registering an impressive 97% achievement. This is the first time that the department has achieved this level of APP performance, but it demonstrated excellent service delivery record in the organization. The report will provide an overview of the 3 departmental programs, which are Program 1 Administration, consisting of corporate services and financial management, agricultural development services, and rural development. Program 1 Administration. Program 1 provides corporate services and financial management to ensure effective, efficient support and governance of the organization. The main purpose of Program 1 is to render support to the line function components to fulfill the department's service delivery mandate. Last year, just a reminder, the department achieved its 3rd clean audit outcome. We are consolidating on these gains and are looking at maintaining the same outcome in this financial year. Then when we go to corporate, human resource management and business support services achieved 100% of their planned target for this year. This indicates solid level of compliance in this program, which supports the operations and governance of the department. When you go to financial management, the department registered 93.9 on the overall budget expenditure and 99.68 on the percentage of valid supply invoices paid within 30 days. These are the only indicators that the department did not achieve in this financial year, because you cannot say, come here and say what we've achieved and fail to show where you have underachieved. We then underachieved on the under expenditure, which was caused by slow progress in the implementation of agri-hubs, construction at Richards Bay, ITZ, and disaster funding. We have resolved that the department will intensify agri-hubs program management and monitoring. We will also ensure strict quarterly review to enable reprioritization of budget where there is low expenditure to redirect other pressing spending areas. However, the fact that they are both within the touching distance of full compliance also indicate that the system of control in the organization are effective. Wish to remind this House that disaster funding come very late, and that is why we could not spend it to the expected percentage. Program 2 which is agriculture development services, which is a core function of the department. The program 2 achieved 100% of their 43 planned indicators. The breakdown of the branch performance provided below. That number 1 is sustainable resource management. The sustainable resource management sub-program includes the engineering services and land care sub-directorate, as well as land use management and disaster risk management. The purpose of sub-program is to provide agricultural support. Then services to land use in order to ensure sustainable development and management of natural agricultural resources. The program had 8 planned indicators, and these were all fully achieved. 2.2, which is agriculture producer support and development. The aim of the support program is to provide support to producers through agricultural development programs, enable and support transformation of agricultural sector, to actively contribute to economic growth, inclusion and equality, and the creation of decent work, increase food production through producer support and development initiative. One of the most urgent policy imperatives for this program include the support, advise and coordinate the implementation of national policy on food and nutrition security. The program had 14 indicators and they were all fully achieved. These indicators include producer support of subsistence, smallholders, and commercial producers. Department, through its in-house seed multiplication program, provided additional production input to support the overachievement of target, including the mechanization program. The department is committed to support women, youth, and people with disability, and all their targets were overachieved. Veterinary services. The purpose of veterinary program is to provide veterinary services to clients in order to ensure healthy animals, safe animal production, and well-being of animals and the public. Veterinary services facilitate and provide animal health services in order to protect animals and public against identified zoonotic and diseases of economic importance, ensure export of animal and animal production, promote meat safety, and undertake diagnostic laboratory services. In this financial year, the department achieved all its 7 planned targets to register 100% achievement. The program registered overachievements on visit as it undertakes FMD vaccination across the province. We are extremely proud that our veterinary team was able to achieve 100% on their target whilst battling with FMD outbreak. This demonstrates the team's commitment to ensuring business continuity. We are also encouraged by the ongoing efforts to bring FMD under control, including the positive response from the communities across the province. We have a research and technology development. Objective of the ARDTI program is to provide expert, problem-focused and client-centered agricultural research, technology development and transfer, impacting on development. The aim of the program is to be realized through consistent investment in knowledge acquisition and dissemination of information on research and technology development to client peers and scientific communities. All of the research indicators were achieved. This includes scientific papers published in accredited journals, research presentation made at a peer review event, research presentation made at a technological transfer event, and research infrastructure managed and technologies developed for small producers. Agricultural economist services. The purpose of agricultural economic services sub-program is to market information and facilitate marketing and provide agricultural economic services to clients. It is expected that the activities will play a leading role in stimulating agribusinesses and related activity in the rural areas of KZN. This program achieved all its 5 targets for this financial year. Structural agricultural training. The purpose of this sub-program is to provide and facilitate structural and vocational agricultural education and training to establish a knowledgeable, prosperous, and competitive sector. Through the higher education and training and agricultural skills development offering of Agriculture Institute, which we are having the Oscar and Sidara colleges, the department can provide tertiary agriculture education and training from NQF level 5 to applicants who meet minimum requirements, as well as offer formal and non-formal training on NQF level 1 to 4 through structured vocational, educational, and training program. All 3 planned targets for the program were achieved. There has been ongoing discussion regarding the future of the agricultural colleges, with a proposal to move them to the National Department of Higher Education and Training. The uncertainty on this matter is causing frustration among the stakeholders. Our position is to advocate for the 2 agricultural colleges to remain within the control of the province of KwaZulu-Natal government. This is to ensure that they are able to service the provincial demand for spaces, which is critical for expanding the future cohort of agriculturalists. We are strengthening our partnership with the provincial public universities, such as Mangosuthu University of Technology, University of Zululand, and the University of KwaZulu-Natal to augment the curriculum and knowledge exchange with our colleges. Program 3, which is rural development. Rural development aims to promote improvement of sustainable rural livelihood through coordination of integrated rural development services and facilitation of rural enterprise and industry development. The program achieved all its spend targets for the year, which include supporting 10 projects with social facilitation, 30 rural projects supported with mentorship, and the appointment of 135 unemployed agricultural graduates. These graduates are placed in all farms across the province to obtain experience. We wish to remind the House that the land reform mandate is a national competency. We do have or not challenges around land reform and the plight faced by farm dwellers. Our responsibility is to provide agricultural production support, but the rest of the activity are provided by the National Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. But because we've seen that this is a thorn in the issue, in the flesh of the most farmers, we have then decided to engage a provincial rural development so that we facilitate whatever is taking place within the province of KwaZulu-Natal on behalf of the farmers. Conclusion, the department is stable and driving impactful agricultural development and rural livelihood improvement across the province. The department is attending to all areas here where it has not achieved the goal it has set for the year. We appreciate the support of this House as we pursue our mandate as the Department of Agriculture. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Madlokamthethwa. Honorable members, there has been a request for a change of slot where 9.10 will be 9.4 and 9.4 will be 9.10. That was just a change of a slot and that was agreed to. So with that, I would like to invite a report from the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture on Vote 10, departmental performance against their annual performance plans. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for your indulgence. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive, Honorable members of the House. It is both an honor and privilege to present before this House the report of the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Sport, Arts and Culture against the annual performance plan for 2025-26, which was tabled to the House by the department. I will therefore be only presenting a summary of that detail. This report reflects not only our compliance with legislative prescripts, but more importantly, the tangible progress we have made in transforming lives through sport, arts and culture. It is a story of resilience, opportunity, and a province that continues to rise. I am glad to report, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that as of yesterday, the Department of Finance in the province has given the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture a go-ahead for the implementation of our new structure. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Rogers. I'm extremely excited that we are presenting this report after we hosted a very successful KZN Sport Awards ceremony at the Nkosi Albert Lutuli International Convention Center on Saturday, 18 April 2026. Amongst the many highlights of the ceremony was the awarding of 2 brand new cars to our international athletes, 400-meter gold medalist Zakithi Nene and the Lindelani-born international cricket sensation Nonkululeko Mlaba in the Sportswoman and Sportsman of the Year categories respectively. Nonkululeko Mlaba was receiving the same award for the 3rd consecutive year as she has become the KwaZulu-Natal Sportswoman of the Year for 3 years in succession. Both Nonkululeko Mlaba and Zakithi Nene have risen to international stages through the talent progression program of the department, which are aimed at identifying talent, developing it, and progressing it to international platforms. Honorable members, despite the limited resources and shrinking allocation against our scope of responsibilities, the department has consistently put an effort to drive our strategic goals anchored on the talent identification, development, and progression TIDP model. The department continues to be guided by the principle of doing more with less and ensuring that the taxpayers' money is used effectively, efficiently, and for the intended purpose. At the center of our work over the past year has been the Isugile program, a flagship integrated service delivery model that represents a paradigm shift in how government reaches communities. Launched in Mkundlovu and rolled out to districts including Uthukela, Mkhanyakuda, Majuba, Uku, and King Cetshwayo, this program has enabled us to identify and nurture approximately 1,550 emerging talents across sport and the arts. Through Isugile, we are not only discovering talent, but we are also building pathways from football, netball, rugby, athletics, and indigenous games to maskandi, ngoma, ushameni, gospel, and visual arts. We are ensuring that no talent remains hidden, particularly in the historically disadvantaged communities. As we have reported before, Isugile program is in line with the department's focus on the empowerment of our district operations as the main centers of delivery to ensure meaningful impact of our programs. To strengthen this ecosystem, we recruited 205 sport mentors who are embedded within communities, providing technical expertise, guidance, and support to young athletes and artists, while also contributing to the broader social development initiatives, including representing the department in Operation Sukuma Sakhe war rooms at ward level. Linked to this are efforts to revive school sport, arts and culture in partnership with the Department of Education led by the Honorable MEC Hlomuga, a true example of government of provincial unity at work. Through structured leagues, competitions, and cultural programs, we are restoring a sustainable pipeline of talent development from grassroots to elite level. Despite funding and coordination challenges, we have seen notable achievements in this sector. KwaZulu-Natal hosted the 2025 National Winter School Sport Championships in eThekwini in July, with KwaZulu-Natal finishing in 2nd position. The team finished 3rd overall in the combined 3 championships in 2025. Okuhle Sithole from Kwamakhuta Comprehensive High School under Umlazi District was selected to represent SA Girls Under-15 football team at the African Schools Cup Continental Finals in Accra, Ghana, and went on to score the equalizing goal during the 3rd place losers final win against Morocco. Further, 3 girls that participated in the African Schools Cup Championship were called up to the national Under-17 Bantwana team. They are Nomfundo Nzuza from Itindale, Okuhle Sithole from Kwamakhuta High, and Akona Simamane from Sivananda Technical High. 6 players, 3 boys and 3 girls, were selected to be part of the CAF Schools COSAFA Championships that took place in Stellenbosch, Western Cape on the 5th to the 7th of December 2025. KZN chess player Jurais Sujay won gold in the under-17 category of the 2025 African Schools Individual Chess Championships in Nairobi, Kenya in May-June 2025. He won 9 out of 9 games on his way to achieving this historic feat. He was one of those that we honored at the Sport Awards last weekend. Through support from the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, the department in the province has continued to assist schools with sport equipment for a variety of sport codes. For 2025-26, the department assisted 606 schools through a grant of 10.4 million, supplying equipment and attire in the codes such as football, basketball, rugby, volleyball, netball, hockey, and cricket. Later, a further 63 schools were assisted through an added 3 million in the codes of football, netball, volleyball, hockey, rugby, cricket, and basketball. In the same vein, 2025-26, 330 clubs were supported from 12 different sporting codes, including aquatics, athletics, basketball, boxing, cricket, chess, football, netball, rugby, tennis, table tennis, and volleyball right across the province. We have also demonstrated that culture is not only about identity, it is also about economic empowerment. Through the monetization of indigenous knowledge systems, particularly the Amarula value chain, we have created opportunities for entrepreneurship, job creation, and rural economic development. The graduation of 100 learners through our partnership with the AgriSeta stands as a testament to what is possible when culture and economy intersect. Social cohesion and moral regeneration remains at the heart of our mandate. Through targeted programs, we have supported vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities and the LGBTQIA+ community. Initiatives such as the Tribute Excellence Awards and socially conscious theatre productions have created platforms for inclusion, dialogue, and empowerment. The Social Cohesion and Moral Regeneration Council, under the leadership of the Premier, has been revived and 2 sittings have already taken place. This is an important intervention in ensuring that our programs are coordinated, impactful, and aligned with the broader vision of building a united and inclusive society. Significant strides have been made in the identification and promotion of heritage tourism, with a footprint spreading across the length and breadth of land of all the great Zulu kings. Following the unveiling of the King Shaka statue situated at King Shaka International Airport, a site representing the gateway to the Zulu Kingdom experience, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, as the custodian of heritage, embarked on an ambitious yet realistic quest of researching and packaging what is known as heritage tourism routes in KwaZulu-Natal. A rigorous and thorough approach of heightened focus on heritage tourism as a globally in-demand product and the facilitation of development and maintenance of these heritage sites has become one of the critical focus areas of the department. I am pleased to report that working with the KwaZulu-Natal Amafa and Research Institute under the stewardship of CEO Dr. Dlamuga, a total of 4 heritage economic routes or packages were developed for the year 2025-2026. KwaZulu-Natal can indeed achieve great numbers in heritage tourism with thorough implementation, Honorable Speaker. Let me go on to say these routes include the Siburu Caves, include the Drakensberg Mountain, include the Bora Cave in Jozini, and also the Kwaxolo Caves and others. The cradle of the Zulu Kingdom, situated in the Zululand district, stretching from Emakosini Heritage Valley of Zulu Kings, meandering through the Babanango Game Reserve, Kwanutwengu, the Prince Mangosuthu Buliselezi, Royal Cemetery in Kwapindangene, Kwaxaza Caves, a hideout homestead of King Dinuzulu, all the way to the palaces, namely KwaDlamahlahla, KwaKhangelamankengane, Mashobeni, and Enyogeni. All those are our packaged sites. All these sites stand ready to attract international and domestic tourists. Further into the province's midlands, we find the resistance and liberation heritage routes, which offset from the Nelson Mandela capture site, where the first democratically elected president was arrested and sent to Robben Island, the Manai Hall, where Utata gave his last public address before his arrest, the DCO Mantwane Museum, and the Chief Albert Luthuli Museum. Honorable members, we cannot unlock the full potential of these sites without attention-compelling packages that will attract both domestic and international tourists. All the above is in line with our objectives for the 2025-26 calendar. Despite our shrinking allocation, these targets will be realized. Tourism can no longer be classified as a mere recreational activity, but through well-crafted packages that include all key stakeholders in the heritage tourism sector, they become economic spin-offs for KwaZulu-Natal, and they will make KwaZulu-Natal to be greater. The buzzword is monetization of our heritage centers for economic growth and for the benefit of local communities. The CCI sector in 2025-26 financial year, the department made significant strides in building a strong pipeline for talent identification, development, and progression within the creative and cultural industries. Through targeted initiatives, the department hosted the National Craft Incubator programs, identifying 10 KwaZulu-Natal-based craft practitioners who benefited from the program. Since its revival, the KZN Music House facility has continued to serve as a critical hub for the progression of CCI practitioners, including hosting auditions that led to the selection of 33 vocalists for the Ignite program. The facility also delivers essential skills development initiatives, supporting practitioners not only with recording facilities, but also with key competencies such as marketing, photography, and business management. These are vital skills in developing well-rounded practitioners capable of sustaining livelihoods through their talent. KZN Music House has further served as a filming location for episodes of the television series Amalanga Awafani. To support talent identification and development programs, 205 mentors were recruited to provide guidance and facilitate critical skills transfer to emerging creatives. This investment in human capital has translated into meaningful progression opportunities, with 59 learners capacitated through the accredited Sport, Arts and Heritage Learnership Program. Strategic partnerships, including collaboration with Oshaka Marine World, have created both development and market access platforms for crafters. As part of the progression pathway, local creatives have gained international exposure, with many advancing from departmental programs to global stages. These include Olani Domisa, who secured opportunity to perform on cruise ships in the United States, Tobeka Thandazile Zungu, who relocated to Dubai following successful auditions, and Buhle Nkomo, who has featured in productions in Germany and Australia. Others such as Joad Williams and Che Botman excelled at the UK Udo hip hop competition, whilst Nkosi Ngiphile Mpanza Zawadi, Kwanele Ndlovu, Melo Sicumisa, Angel Zuma, and Kwanele Zungu have showcased their talents across international platforms, including India, Paris, Ghana, and Amsterdam, as well as global productions of The Lion King. Notably, Koleka Matulini has progressed into directing national television productions. These achievements reflect a deliberate and sustained effort by the department not only to discover talent, but to nurture and position it for success on both national and international stages. The department also assists several already established big names artists for them to sustain their talent. We do this through collaborating with a variety of event organizers to give them platforms to artists. The department has also started a program to promote live music performances throughout the province. This program has seen the likes of Inkosi Yamagcokama, Big Zulu, Jumbo, and others hosting very successful live performances at the Playhouse in eThekwini. Another program to revive Mbakanga music is also gaining momentum around the province. Ingoma festivals hosted in all 12 districts by the department have become one of the exciting attractions, especially during the festive season in December. Museum services, our museum and heritage outreach programs have extended access to rural communities, ensuring that history is not confined to institutions but lives among the people. We have also advanced multilingualism, publishing indigenous literature, supporting authors, and providing translation and interpretation services across government. This ensures that language becomes a bridge, not a barrier, to access and participation. Our library services continue to progressively expand the number of libraries that have access to internet services. The department has initiated the digitization of records for better access. The oral history program assists assist us to document the cultural and heritage gaps that have been identified, which is key to the holistic history of the province. It is through this program that we have recorded izibongo zamakhosi and amahubo akwaZulu. When communities have learned amahubo, they will better understand the history of the Zulu nation, and this will lead to the increase in embracing their heritage. Culture and language are inseparable, as culture is embedded in language. The promotion of language is one of the key priorities of the department. The work done by PGNC, the Provincial Geographic Names Council, ensures that the name places are standardized in line with the correct linguistical standards. Furthermore, the committee facilitates the transformation of names to align with the historical correctness of the areas. This gives the communities a sense of identity and see themselves connected to their areas of residence. The department is now at a point where it is recognizing and promoting language literacy and publishing in different languages. The support given to the launch of Professor Tibizet Ntuli Foundation is an example of pioneering work of the department. In the area of sport, KwaZulu-Natal continues to assert itself as a province of champions through platforms such as the KZN Premiers Cup, Premiers Netball Cup, and our continued investment in the development programs. We are witnessing tangible results. Our athletes are excelling at national and international levels, affirming the effectiveness of our development pathways. In football, our province boasts highest representation in the Betway Premiership, with clubs consistently competing at the highest level. We are looking forward to a Durban City lifting Nedbank Cup when they play in the finals against TS Galaxy at Peter Mokaba Stadium in Polokwane on the 2nd of May 2026. We are also rooting for Milford FC to gain promotion to the Betway Premiership next season. In netball, the success of the KZN Premiers Netball Cup and the rise of players to national level, including representation at the Proteas squad, reflects a thriving ecosystem that is advancing women's sport. In cricket, the achievements of players such as Nonkululeko Mlaba and the success of our provincial franchises in national competitions underscore the strength of our transformation-driven development programs. Across other codes, from athletics to chess, canoeing to recycling, our athletes continue to fly the South African flag high on the global stage. The successes we celebrate today have been made possible through the support of federations, administrations, and communities. We therefore make a clarion call, honorable members, for the business to also take part and deepen their pockets in coming on board. Our commitment to sport extends beyond the elite performance. We continue to support mass participation through initiatives such as the Salka KZN Disak Games, Indigenous Games Festival, and disability sport programs. We are also investing in future excellence through Project 350, which was announced by the National Minister as a drive to increase the participation of South African athletes in the Olympics and Paralympics. In this regard, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in KwaZulu-Natal, together with the Province's Sports Confederation, has launched its Project 100, which will be our contribution to the national launch. The 100 KwaZulu-Natal athletes who were identified by the federations and launched to take part in this project are already subjected to the province's high performance centers, with the hope that their continued and heightened performances will earn them a call to the country's team that will represent South Africa in the Olympics and Paralympics respectively in 2028. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the 2025-26 financial year has demonstrated that KwaZulu-Natal is indeed a province on the rise, a province of talent, a province of resilience, a province of winners. We remain committed to building a future where every young person has access to opportunity, where our heritage is preserved and celebrated, and where sport and the arts serve as powerful drivers of social and economic transformation. Let us continue to work together, government, private sector, and communities, to unlock the potential of our province. I wish to thank the Honorable Premier, the Honorable Legislature, the Portfolio Committee, the Chairperson and her members, our stakeholders, and the dedicated officials of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture for their unwavering support. Together, we are inspiring new hope and building a better KwaZulu-Natal for all. Hashtag Isugile KwaZulu-Natal. Siyadlala kodwa sidlale. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kaula. Honorable members, we will then move on to 9.5, which is the report by the MEC for Education on Vote 5, departmental performance against their annual performance plans.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to your good self. Greetings to the Speaker.
Honorable MEC, we cannot... Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Deputy Speaker, and greetings to the Speaker of the House, the Premier of the Province, all Provincial Executive Council members, honorable members, and all officials present. Deputy Speaker, it is both a privilege and a responsibility to stand before this august House today to present the annual performance plan of the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal. This plan is more than a compliance document. It is a reflection of the commitment we remained the best performing province and our priorities and our collective vision for the future of education in our province within the allocated limited resources. I must indicate, Deputy Speaker, that we've tabled our APP to the Legislature, also presented to the Portfolio Committee, hence we are presenting the summary of the APP. At the outset, let me affirm that this annual performance plan is firmly aligned with the existing legislative policy framework that governs our work and is drawn from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the National Development Plan and all the relevant education policies and regulations that guide our mandate to provide equitable and quality education for all. Deputy Speaker and all members, alignment alone is not enough. This plan is also deliberately responsive to the current research, responsive to the emerging global and local trends in education, and most importantly, responsive to the lived reality of our communities. We have listened carefully to the voice of our educators, learners, parents, and stakeholders across the province. Their experience have shaped this plan in a meaningful ways. Emerging research and early implementation report indicate that a strengthening focus of early childhood development and align with the prescribed of the Basic Education Law Amendment Act is beginning to yield positive outcome in learner readiness and foundational skills. This is why we are strategically prioritizing program to expand access to early childhood development. We are doing so, Deputy Speaker, so that both the reprioritizing our budget as well as through strengthening public-private partnerships, we must ensure that we are not just building classrooms, but we should also ensure that there are qualified and motivated teachers in those classrooms. That is why we had to prioritize the employment of grade R teachers, and we are hoping that the 500 teachers that were employed by the department in the beginning of April are just the beginning, and that we can progressively employ more teachers. Deputy Speaker, the core of our annual performance plan is anchored in the improving learner outcomes and ensuring that every learner is better prepared for further learning and the world of work and entrepreneurship. Today, Deputy Speaker, to achieve this, we are focusing and strengthening foundational competencies across the system. We are implementing targeted intervention to improve the level of language and mathematics in all schools, within the particular emphasis on reading for meaning and numeracy in early grades. In line with this, Deputy Speaker, we are prioritizing reading for meaning among 10 years old in both English and isiZulu, and recognizing literacy in the touchstone of all learners and critically determine the future academic success. At the second level, Deputy Speaker, we are working to increase both the number and the quality of passes in the National Senior Certificate, while ensuring that learners are equipped with skills that are relevant to the changing economy. The foundation for improved metric result is laid in the lower grade, where critical skills in literacy and numeracy and conceptual understanding are developed at the foundational level. And this APP, Deputy Speaker, takes into account the research and experience constantly show that learner performance in grade 12 is strongly influenced by the quality of learning in the early years. It is for this reason, then, that the deliberate focus on improving the percentage of learners who pass mathematics in grade 3, grade 6, and grade 9. And these are the key milestone grades that will be the progression of the mathematical understanding. Strengthening teaching and learning at this level, it ensures that learners develop the necessary problem-solving skills, confidence, and competency required for success in the senior phase and ultimately in the National Senior Certificate examination. Deputy Speaker, to achieve that goal, we are also expanding opportunities to learners, particularly those from historically disadvantaged communities, by increasing access to the certain subject, including STEM discipline. These are complemented by the phases approach to the introduction of the coding and robotic, as well as broader digital skills to prepare learners for demands for the fourth industrial revolution. We are also implementing the 3-stream model in schools, comprising of academic, technical, vocational, and technical occupational pathways, which aims to provide a more inclusive and responsive education system that cater for diverse learner strengthening and future career aspiration. The academic stream focuses on the preparation learner for university studies through strong theoretical grounding in subjects such as mathematics, science, and languages. The technical vocational stream integrates academic learning with practical industrial-related skills in fields such as engineering, construction, and design, thereby preparing a learner for career as artisan and technician, often linked to TVET colleges. The technical occupational stream, on the other hand, prioritizing a hands-on work-based learning that equips learners with specific occupational skills for direct entry into a labor market or entrepreneurship. Together, these streams seek to reduce dropout rates, improve learner retention, and strengthen alignment between schooling and skills demand and skills demand of the economy. Equally important is the creation of safe and conducive learning environment. We are therefore strengthening the implementation of the National School Safety Framework across all schools, ensuring that teaching and learning take place in an environment that is secure and supportive and free for disruption. Increasing the number of school community engagement to combat racism and sexism and hate speech and gender-based violence and other forms of intolerance in addressing intergenerational violence and trauma across the society. This engagement creates a safe platform where learners, educators, parents, and community stakeholders can dialogue and reflect on collectively challenge harmful social norms that perpetuate discrimination and violence. Through the awareness campaign, dialogue and school assembling and workshop, and partnership with civil society, traditional leaders, schools become active sites for social transformation and healing. Such initiative not only promote respect, inclusive, and social cohesion, but also help to build value for Ubuntu, ensuring that schools contribute meaningfully to the breaking cycle of violence and fostering safety for compassionate communities. Part of creating this conducive learning environment, it is continuing to improve in the provision of the social security program that are initially in strengthening equity and improving learner well-being and removing barriers and to learning in disadvantaged communities. These programs, Deputy Speaker, including school nutrition, scholar transport, and other forms of social support, ensure that learners are able to attend school regularly, concentrate in class, and achieve a better academic outcome. Expanding coverage, particularly in rural and under-resourced schools, contribute to improve attendance, reduce dropout, and enhance learner dignity. As President Nelson Mandela once emphasized, open quote, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul that the way in which it treats its children, close quote. A reminder that investing in schools, nutrition, social support is not only a policy priority, but a moral imperative for building a just and inclusive education system. Deputy Speaker, we are equally encouraged by the progress we are making in advancing social cohesion, inclusivity within our schools. And today, 82% of schools are offering at least one previously marginalized official South African language. This is not mere statistics, but it is a reflection of our commitment to restoring dignity, promoting culture identity, and ensuring that our education system reflects the diversity of our people. This milestone, aligned with their broader transformation agenda, reinforce the principles that language is a powerful tool for learning, inclusive and national building. We are confident, Deputy Speaker, that we will reach a 100% target by 2029-2030. The APP also prioritize the infrastructure delivery, teacher development, learner support programs, and improve governance system. We remain committed, ensuring that every rand allocated to the department is used effectively and transparently and in the manner that direct benefit our learners. We are firmly focused on improving our audit outcome, strengthening governance across the department. We're also striving to achieve a clean audit. To this end, we are prioritizing following the key areas in terms of improving supply chain management system with a strong focus on compliance, transparency, and consequence management. Institutionalize the risk management at all levels of the system, strengthening ethics and integrity structures. Our work is further through the continued implementation of Operation Massacre, which ensure that education does not operate in isolation, but as part of the coordinated whole of government approach to service delivery. Through OSS, we are able to respond more effectively to the social and economic challenges that impact learning outcome at the household and the community level. We recognize that education does not take place in isolation from social realities. Issues such as poverty, inequality, infrastructure backlogs, and access to learning resources continue to affect teaching and learning outcome. Our plan, therefore, reflects the grounded understanding of these challenges and propose the targeted and the practical interventions. The key priority of this APP is our commitment to inclusivity and equity, particularly for vulnerable groups. We are placing renewed emphasis on ensuring that children from the disadvantaged background are not left behind. This includes strengthening the school nutrition program, improving learner transport, enhancing a psychosocial support system. Equally, Deputy Speaker, important is our focus on learners with disability. We acknowledge that for too long, barriers to access and participation have limited opportunities for these learners. In this plan, we've prioritized the expansion of inclusive education, improved teacher training in special needs education, and increase investment in accessible infrastructure and assistive technologies. And our goal is clear: to build an education system where every learner, regardless of ability, can strive. Deputy Speaker, this plan is also informed by the evidence we have drawn on the current research to guide our strategies in areas such as early child development, literacy and numeracy improvement, digital learning, teacher development. By grounding our intervention is evidence that we aim to ensure that our efforts are both effective and sustainable. At this time, we remain mindful that policies and plans must translate into real change on the ground. Implementation, accountability, and continual monitoring will therefore be central to our approach. We are strengthening our system to track progress, identify gaps, and respond to swiftly where challenges arise. We do not underestimate the scale of this task before us, Deputy Speaker, but we are encouraged by the resilience of our educators and the determination of our learners and the support of our communities. It is through this partnership and shared responsibility that we will achieve our goals. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, this annual performance plan represents a balanced approach towards achieving our greatest height while we remain grounded in our culture, anchored in the legislation, informed by research, and shaped by the lived experience of our people. It is a plan that seeks not only to improve educational outcome, but to advance dignity, equality, and opportunity for all. I therefore want, Deputy Speaker, to present this plan to the August House and look forward to the constructive engagement as we work together to change education in KwaZulu-Natal. Education is not for one department, but it's a societal matter. It needs all of us to work together for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC of Education. Honourable members, we will now break for lunch until 5 to 2, and then we'll come back and finish the rest of the reports. Thank you so much, honourable members. We will adjourn until 5 to 2. Thank you.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, honorable members. Yeah. We will now proceed with the orders of the day. Honorable members, if you may please beg another one of my indulgence, we will swap 9.6 with 9.9, vice versa. So therefore, I call upon the report by the Premier on vote 9, departmental performance against their annual performance plans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Leader of Government Business, or MECs, members of the Legislature. I rise to present the annual performance report on vote 9 in fulfillment of the constitutional and statutory obligations placed under the executive in terms of the Public Finance Management Act and Public Service Act. Before I proceed to the substance of this report, permit me to place on record matters of significance to the governance and leadership of the department and the province. I wish to extend on behalf of this House our congratulations to the newly appointed head of a department in the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, Ms. Nokuthula Khanyile, who assumed office on the 16th March 2026. Her appointment comes at a critical juncture, and we are confident that she will provide the administrative leadership required to advance the work of the department. In the same spirit, I take this opportunity to commend the Lieutenant General Ntahla Mkhwanazi on the renewal of his term as Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, and more particularly on the confidence deposited in him through his appointment to lead the National Task Team on Organized Crime. This is not only a recognition of his individual capability, but also a reflection of the growing contribution of KwaZulu-Natal to national efforts in strengthening law enforcement and combating organized crime. This report, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not advanced as a mere recital of outputs, nor as an exercise in administrative compliance. It is rather an account to this House and to the citizen whom we collectively serve of the extent to which the Department of Community Safety and Liaison has discharged its mandate, and the degree to which such performance has translated into improved safety and security across our province. Honourable Speaker, the department has recorded an overall performance of 100% against its annual performance plan by the close of the fourth quarter, reflecting an improvement from the 94% recorded in the preceding quarter. While this achievement is duly noted, it will be a grave error to equate the attainment of targets with the attainment of outcomes. The true measure of performance lies not in statistical completeness, but in whether communities are in fact safer and whether citizens experience the protection of the state in their daily lives. It is therefore incumbent upon us to treat these results not as a conclusion, but as a foundation upon which further progress must be built. Madam Speaker, under Programme 1, the department has demonstrated that effective administration remains at the bedrock of a capable state. All indicators within this program were achieved in full. The consistent settlement of invoices within the prescribed 30 days period reflect not only compliance, but a broader commitment to economic responsibility and the sustenance of small enterprises. Government must at all times conduct its affairs with efficiency and reliability, particularly in its dealings with those who depend on it most. Equally, the department has advanced inclusive employment through the deployment of 210 gender-based violence activists across 120 police stations, strengthening frontline support for victims and reinforcing the interface between communities and the justice system. These measures taken together signal a deliberate effort to build institutions that are both responsive and representative. Honourable members, through Programme 2, the department has exercised its oversight responsibility with notable rigor. Monitoring has been conducted across 184 police stations with a focus on compliance, operational effectiveness, and adherence to service delivery standards. Particular attention has been directed towards the enforcement of the Domestic Violence Act, ensuring that victim support systems are functional, accessible, and humane. Moreover, targeted dockets, audits have been intensified in identified areas. These interventions are not procedural formalities. They go to the heart of justice. A withdrawn case, Honourable Speaker, is not merely an administrative outcome. It represents a failure of the system and a breach of public trust. Madam Speaker, a notable development in the period under review has been the approval of an intelligence-led and digital policing strategy, focusing on the 10 areas with the highest incidence of conduct a crime. This represents a decisive shift from reactive to proactive governance, one that is informed by data, guided by intelligence, and enabled by technology. In confronting cross-border crime, partnerships have been strengthened and modern tools, including drone technology, have been deployed to enhance surveillance and enforcement capacity. Such measures reflect a recognition that the nature of crime is evolving and that the response of the state must evolve accordingly. Honourable members, We know that South Africa at large, and in particular KwaZulu-Natal, is confronted by the influx of the undocumented foreign nationals. And our position as government is clear, right from the State of Nation address, State of the Province address, that whoever is employing an undocumented foreign nationals must be arrested. Even those who are landlords, who give them accommodation, our position of engagement with police is that they must follow the suit. And our call to the citizens of South Africa and KwaZulu-Natal is that to resolve this problem, we need not to actually give them accommodation in our cottages. We must not rent out our spaza shops to undocumented foreign nationals. The department has continued to invest in community safety structures, Madam Speaker, recognizing that the fight against crime cannot be waged by law enforcement alone. Support has been extended to community formations, while targeted interventions in schools and institutions of higher learning have been implemented to promote safer environments and prevent criminal activities. These initiatives underscore a fundamental principle that safety is a shared responsibility requiring a coordination across government, civil society, and communities themselves. Honorable members, the establishment of the South African Police Service Forensic Science Laboratory in Mayville marks a significant milestone in strengthening the criminal justice system within the province. By enhancing forensic capacity, reducing turnaround times, and addressing case backlogs, this development will contribute materially to improving the effectiveness of investigations and the administration of justice. Forensic science transforms suspicion into a certainty. It allows evidence to speak where fear has silenced witnesses. It brings clarity where there is confusion, and it restores confidence in a system that must, above all, be trusted. In laboratories such as the one we launched last week, the smallest fragment, a fibril, a fingerprint, a strand of DNA becomes a voice for the voiceless, a pathway to truth, and ultimately a foundation for justice. But beyond the technology and infrastructure, laboratory represents something deeper, a shift in how we understand crime solving. It signals more from reactive policing to intelligent policing, where data analysis and scientific rigor guide our interventions. It strengthens the entire criminal justice value chain, from investigation to prosecution, ensuring that those who commit crimes are held accountable through evidence that is credible, reliable, and beyond reproach. Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker and honorable members, the report before this House reflects a department that is performing with a consistency and intent. Yet we are accurately aware that a performance must ultimately be judged by outcomes, by whether our communities are safer, our systems are more responsive, and our institutions are more trusted. The task before us remains considerable. Crime continues to challenge the fabric of our society, and the expectations of our people rightly remain high. According to the report from the police, a number of crime categories are declining in KwaZulu-Natal since the 7th administration, though we still have stubborn crime remaining high, such as rape cases, GBV, and assault cases. The second challenge, honorable members, are the people who report cases and later withdraw cases, allegedly in exchange of money. We shall therefore continue, honourable members, to strengthen oversight, deepen partnership, and enhance the capacity of the state to protect its citizens. In this endeavour, we call upon all sectors of society to act in concert, for the responsibility of ensuring safety cannot rest with a government alone. A safer KwaZulu-Natal is not an abstract ambition. It is a duty, one that this administration is resolved to discharge with diligence and determination. Madam Speaker, I wish to present this executive summary to the House. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Premier. I would like to move on to 9.7, which is a report by the MEC of Health on Vote 7, departmental performance against their annual performance plan. Thank you so much. I invite Honourable Makuku Simelane.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members in the House, greetings. Speaker, I wish to begin by expressing my appreciation for the opportunity to present the department's third quarter annual performance report for the 2025-2026 financial year. As we reflect on our performance at this stage of the financial year, it is important that we do so with honesty, clarity, and a firm commitment to accountability. We are pleased that the month of April, which is Freedom Month, has already marked a major milestone in South Africa's fight against HIV. Earlier this month, the country received its first consignment of lenacapavir, a long-acting pre-exposure prophylaxis, PrEP, injection that is administered just twice a year. This is a serious game changer that is expected to help reduce new infections as well as the spread of HIV. We do believe that our Health Minister, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, will elaborate on the rollout plans in this regard in due course when he actually launches it. These efforts reaffirm our commitment to not only sustain but accelerate progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS. And I must say that as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we are extremely excited and we cannot wait for the launch that will be put in by the Minister. Our annual performance plan remains aligned to strategic priority 2 of the medium-term development plan, which calls on us to reduce poverty and ease the cost of living through improved access to affordable quality health care. At the center of this commitment is a clear and measurable impact, which is increasing life expectancy for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Encouragingly, recent projections indicate steady improvements in life expectancy for both males and females in our province. This progress is driven through 2 key outcomes: the reduction of morbidity and mortality, and the improvement of the client experience of care, all of which are essential pillars in our journey towards achieving universal health coverage. Deputy Speaker, we continue to prioritize the re-engineering of primary health care, ensuring that services are delivered closer to people, to where people live, work, and learn. We are doing this through our ward-based outreach teams, our school health programs, community health workers, and our community outreach programs such as Isibhedlela Kubantu, Kokokos, Khulekile Khaya, and many more programs. This report therefore reflects not only performance statistics, but also the department's ongoing effort to strengthen the health system under sustained financial pressure. The department is monitoring a total of 48 performance indicators for the 25-26 financial year. However, at the end of the third quarter, 2 indicators under Program 6 remain pending. This is the awarding of bursaries to first-year nursing students who are studying through our nursing college, as well as the awarding of bursaries for our staff members who are bursary holders. These have therefore been excluded from the current performance assessment as they will be implemented at the end of quarter 4. Based on the remaining 46 indicators, the department has achieved 23 of those targets, which translates to an overall performance of 50%. While this reflects continued progress, it is a decline from previous year's 56.1% that we achieved during the same period in the previous financial year. This signals the need to intensify efforts towards the final quarter. Deputy Speaker, while some programs continue to perform well, others require urgent intervention and focused leadership. I will now give a detailed breakdown of each program. Under Program 1, the department has made measurable progress in advancing readiness for national health insurance, particularly at district level. To date, 6 districts, which is Umzinyati, Uku, Amajuba, Utugela, Zululand, and King Cetshwayo, have been capacitated to implement contracting units for primary health care, marking a significant step forward from earlier phases where implementation was largely at a planning stage. However, the regression from an unqualified audit outcome in the previous financial year to a qualified audit outcome in the current reporting period is a matter of serious concern and represents a reversal in our governance trajectory. This regression is primarily linked to weaknesses in compliance gaps and challenges in contract and asset management. To address this, the department is implementing a comprehensive audit improvement plan with clearly defined timelines and accountability measures aimed at restoring an unqualified outcome in the next financial cycle. Program 2, which is District Health Services, remains the backbone of service delivery, achieving 53.3% of its targets in quarter 3, which reflects moderate performance, but also highlights areas requiring urgent acceleration in the final quarter. On primary health care, the department has exceeded its target for grade R learner screening, reaching over 95,000 learners in quarter 3 alone, representing a significant increase compared to earlier quarters where outreach was more limited. This achievement has been largely driven by the successful integration of the HPV vaccination campaign with schools' health services, allowing for expanded reach and improved efficiency. Deputy Speaker, on HIV, AIDS, STIs, and TB, there is encouraging progress that has been observed across several key indicators. HIV positivity rates among young people have continued to decline, which is quite good, indicating improved prevention efforts compared to previous reporting periods. Viral suppression rates among both adults and children have improved and are showing an upward trend, reflecting stronger adherence support and treatment monitoring. The MDR TB treatment success rate has improved significantly, now standing at 85.7%, up from lower levels in previous cycles. This signals meaningful progress in managing drug-resistant TB. These gains are being driven by targeted interventions, including the 1.1 million Close the Gap campaign, which has expanded testing and linkage to care, community-based U equals U awareness campaign, awareness programs, promoting adherence and reducing transmission, as well as expanded school health outreach programs targeting young people. However, challenges still persist. Data capturing backlogs continue to affect the accuracy and timeliness of reporting. A significant number of patients are still lost to follow-up, undermining treatment outcomes. Gaps in treatment initiation remain, particularly among newly diagnosed patients. In response to the above, the department is intensifying data system strengthening initiatives, is strengthening patient tracing and retention strategies, as well as enhanced adherence support programs. On maternal, neonatal, child, and women's health, performance in this area remains mixed, with both encouraging improvements and areas of regression, which is worrying. Positive developments in this regard include a reduction in births among girls aged between 10 to 14, years old, indicating progress in prevention efforts. It includes improved rates of early antenatal booking, suggesting better health-seeking behavior, stable postnatal care visits, a reduction in deaths from pneumonia and diarrheal diseases, particularly among children under 5. However, serious concerns remain, such as the decline in immunization coverage compared to previous reporting periods, posing a risk to child health outcomes. The severe acute malnutrition fatality rate has also increased, indicating gaps in early detection and management of this scourge. We also remain committed to the total eradication of mother-to-child HIV transmission, where we've already made significant progress. The above-mentioned challenges are driven, among other things, by late presentation of patients at healthcare facilities and poor adherence to treatment protocols. Interventions being implemented to address the above include strengthened community awareness and health promotion campaigns, improved vaccination coverage through the Reach Every District strategy, enhanced ART adherence, and mother-to-child transmission prevention programs. On disease prevention and control, the department has made a number of notable strides in mental health services, which are as follows. Treatment initiation rates have increased compared to earlier quarters, reflecting improved access to care. All 23 of our community health centers are now equipped with at least one mental health provider, representing full coverage and a significant milestone for the province. Malaria case fatality rates remain consistently low, which is a positive indicator of effective case management. However, delays in seeking care continue to undermine outcomes, particularly in high-risk areas. In relation to Program 3, which is Emergency Medical Services, Deputy Speaker, performance in EMS remains a serious concern, with key response indicators showing regression. Our urban response rates have declined, and they've declined lower than they were in the previous cycle. Our rural response rates also stand at 46.1%, reflecting an ongoing access challenges in remote areas. These declines are largely due to an aging fleet, with approximately 60% of ambulances requiring frequent repairs, significantly reducing availability. Delays in maintenance under current fleet management arrangements have been a huge problem to the department. To address this, we continue to buy new vehicles on an annual basis. In the last cycle, 40 new ambulances have already been deployed, improving fleet capacity. We've also engaged with service providers on an ongoing basis in order to improve the maintenance and change to our turnaround times and fleet reliability. Program 4 and 5 speaks to hospital services, which continue to demonstrate strong performance. Program 4 achieved 75% of its targets, indicating solid but not optimal performance. Program 5 achieved 100% of its targets, maintaining full compliance and high performance at central hospital level. Our patient experience of care remains consistently high across regional hospitals, central and tertiary hospitals, as well as psychiatric facilities. These results are consistent with previous reporting trends and reflect sustained focus on quality care and clinical governance. Minor system-related issues, including facility classification, are being addressed administratively to ensure alignment with national standards. Program 7 speaks to healthcare support services. There have been challenges with medicine stockouts on certain specific medicine, with these stockout rates reported at both depot and facility levels compared to previous quarters. This regression and stockout is driven by, one, supplier constraints, manufacturing disruptions, as well as increased demand due to high burden of disease. Our mitigating measures include ongoing stock redistribution in each district, provision of therapeutic alternative to ensure continuity of care. Program 8, which is health facilities management, infrastructure delivery remains under pressure. Preventative maintenance expenditure is close to the target, indicating progress in financial execution. However, service delivery outcomes are affected by delays in contractor payments, increased infrastructure breakdowns linked to reactive maintenance. Our interventions in this regard include the implementation of an invoice tracking system to improve payment turnaround, as well as strengthened focus on preventative maintenance to reduce long-term costs and disruptions. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, we are quite satisfied that there is progress in critical areas such as HIV, TB, mental health, and hospital performance. However, persistent challenges in emergency medical services, infrastructure delivery, and medicine availability require urgent and sustained attention from our part, which we are doing. Above all, the impact of ongoing financial constraints continues to weigh heavily on the system. If we are truly to realize universal health coverage, then sustained and adequate investment in healthcare is not optional, but essential. Overall, Deputy Speaker, despite these challenges, the department remains committed to strengthening service delivery, improving patient experience, and ensuring that no citizen is left behind. Our vision remains unchanged: a long and healthy life for all individuals and communities in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, MEC Health. We will now swiftly move to the 9.8, the report of MEC of Human Settlements on Vote 8, departmental performance against their annual performance plan.
Let me greet your good self, Honorable Deputy Speaker, who's the chair presiding over this, Ngolanyama, the Speaker, Khubela, the Premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable 18 Tuli, the entire August House. I don't know the versatility of this gadget, Speaker, because I'll be utilizing it while reading, whether I'm still audible and visible at the same time. If you can just confirm before I proceed any further.
Yes, Honorable MEC, you are audible and you are visible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We stand here a few days before we celebrate Freedom Day, which is a critical path for our democracy. I'm sure we all understand. The essence of Freedom Day lies in its universal appeal to human rights, Honorable Speaker. The clergymen in our province, like the giant of Reverend Afrikaner, was brutally murdered by the system. Reverend Konzo Mkotshwa, Bishop Haley, and many others fought for our democracy. Freedom Day embodies the spirit of resistance against tyranny and triumph of human will. Across the globe, various nations observe their own version of Freedom Day, each with unique historical context, but united by the common thread of our liberation, which is why President Madiba spoke boldly of why we must address the imbalance of the past, whether it commemorates the end of colonial rule, the abolition of slavery, or the fall of an authoritarian regime. Each observance tells a story of resilience and courage. Historical Freedom Day has been marked by grand celebrations and solemn celebrations. It is a day filled with speeches that recount the heroic deeds in past generations and inspire current and future generations to uphold the values of democracy and equality. Honorable members, as we count down towards Freedom Day, we wish to report progress in restoration of dignity of ordinary members of society, in particular citing back the issue of Freedom Charter in our context. Within, there is a passage that talks about there shall be housing and security for all. Owning a property and having a title deed is one of the greatest achievements of this democratic government. For our part, as the Department of Human Settlements, we have registered 2,009 title deeds to date. For instance, yesterday we handed over 500 title deeds to the local residents in Mshwati local municipality. This event was attended by the Ministers of Human Settlements, Minister Temis Milano Makuto, and Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Minister Engin Tsekga. We handed over 26 houses to military veterans representing MKLWV, Azanla, APLA, and SANDF. About 14 military veterans are from Alu Ridge, which were invaded. I'm sure we all remember as the members of this August House. In addition, 19 other military veterans were identified by Umshwati local municipality and also received their RDP houses. In total, 2,922 houses are being built in for community. Phase 1, about 500 houses have been completed already and are ready to be handed over, Honorable Speaker. Phase 2, about 100 houses have been completed. Phase 3, if you can just go on the ground, even when further designing the infrastructure in ensuring that the site are serviced properly. Foundation for 50 houses being built. From 10 houses for the victims of flood, which occurred in November, 5th housing have been completed. If you are aware, Ward 9 at Umshwati is the trust feed where there was once a massacre around the early 80s. Honorable members, yesterday we visited Konopia at the same time, along with Minister of Human Settlements. We stated yesterday that we are grateful that the Minister will report to President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, about the completion of 113 houses for the victims of devastating 2022 floods, which we've emboldened and spoke broadly around it in this August House. In total, 1,200 families will be accommodated in Konopia, which is something that is a catalytic project because it's also composed of Erythropolis and it is closer or adjacent to Konopia Mall, Gateway Mall. So it's one of its kind. You'll remember during the time of Shombela, MEC Makai, who started this journey and the trajectory that even the peasant, even the middle class could cohabit well with the class that is regarded as the have in our context. We also indicated that she will also invite President Ramaphosa to preside over the handing over of the houses to the victims. It is true that the President and his ministers have been very supportive, including the Prim of our province have been on site. Let us talk as well on Mpangeni Integrated Residential Development Program. Also wish to highlight progress in terms of the construction of Mpangeni Integrated Residential Development Project. This project will see more than 3 billion investment from private investors. It is ongoing already, Honorable Speaker, and it is amongst the catalytic project, which is also going to be embedded on the economic outlook of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, another pinnacle and the pillar that we could boldly talk about. Remember that Mpangeni or Umhlatuza region is where the issue of road to rail is critical, is where there is a lot of commuting of something like the mineral deposit like coal, like chrome and other deposits. Once completed, Mpangeni RDP will provide housing for more than 10,000 households. More than 547 million infrastructure investment has already been spent on this project up to date. We can always go and witness it, Honorable Speaker. A further 650 million will be spent on infrastructure in the next 5 years. There are plans through the new ESCOM plan that will be built in the Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone, which supply electricity to this mega project. Honorable members, at this stage, allow me to focus on the quarterly performance for each program. For this financial year, we achieved at least 76% rate across all programs. From a total of 38 indicators in terms of annual performance targets, we achieved 29 indicators and failed to achieve 9. And we are just going to just say it as it is because we don't want to claim any victories, but a serious progress has been done. On program 1, we'll start with the program 1 and focus on achievements. We ensure the approval of human resource plan, which has been addressed. We submitted successful 4 ICT governance framework performance report. We achieved 100% in terms of implementation of an internal audit plan. We succeeded in submitting an annual performance information plan, Honorable Speaker. In addition, we achieved a target of 25% in terms of implementation of organizational functionality assessment improvement plan. We also achieved 100% in terms of the submission of financial disclosures regarding challenges. One, instead of achieving 100% regarding the submission of invoices within 30 days, we achieved 93%. Instead of achieving 100% in relation to the submission of approved audit improvement plan, we achieved 76% in that scope. Regarding an approved procurement plan, we achieved 16% instead of 80%. On Program 2, Housing Needs and Research and Planning, we supported almost 43 municipalities and in the process achieved 100%, Honorable Speaker. With regards to and completion of informal settlements in Phase 1 and Phase 2, we achieved 100% and 140% respectively on that one. We achieved 100% in terms of the approval and planning stage of Human Settlements Development Project, which is the issue of Spluma in the past was a character that was delaying a lot of things. Now, at least now there's an alignment and the DDM model is assisting us. In addition, we also achieved 100% in terms of planning phase, in terms of the upgrading of informal settlements program. We achieved 100% in terms of catalytic projects in the planning phase. Program 3, housing development, we successfully managed to distribute 350 subsidies through First House Finance Scheme, which is something that we still want to drill and ensure that we are emphatic on this point because it benefits in particular the middle stratum. This enables qualifying beneficiaries to buy or build their first homes on affordable basis. We achieved almost 104% in terms of completing housing units. We have completed a total of 8,835 units, Honorable Speaker. We have rectified 723 houses and in the process achieved 176%. We constructed 315 community residential units and achieved 104% when it comes to that. Critically, we have achieved 2,206 service sites across the province and then achieved 103% when it comes to that. We've completed 60 houses as part of military veterans housing program, which I've alluded to it earlier on as part of what we want to do in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. In this regard, we have achieved 120%. Program 4, which is the last one, Honorable Speaker, we successfully maintained 145 rental units and achieved 145%. In addition, we rectified 296 pre-1994 stock. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker Ngolanyama, as we execute our work, we are inspired by President O.R. Tambo, who when addressing the United Nations Assembly, he remarked, open quote, "We fight also for a South African whose wealth will be shared by its people equitably. We fight to abolish the system that obtains in our country today and that concentrate almost all productive wealth in the hands of the few, while the vast majority exist and toils to enlarge the world," and I close quote. We'll have a South Africa in which the young of our country shall have access to the best that mankind has produced, in which they shall be taught to love their people of all races, to defend the equality of the peoples, to honor creative labor, to uphold the oneness of mankind, and to hate untruth, obscurantism, immorality. At this point in time, Honorable Speaker, we do want to be emphatic that once the house has been completed, we take it as the legacy project. No one must avail this productive that comes from government in the nobilious form and take it and sell it to those who can afford. These are not for sale and must be transporting to all the generations that we are building for. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Well done, MSC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Duma. We will then move on to 9.9. I invite the report by the MEC of Provincial Treasury on Vote 6, Departmental Performance against the Annual Performance Plan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, honourable members of the Provincial Legislature, the Premier in absentia, and members of the Executive. I rise today to table the Provincial Treasury's non-financial performance information as presented in our annual scorecard, and to reflect on the critical role that Provincial Treasury plays in driving the Provincial Financial Recovery Plan, a plan that is fundamental to restoring fiscal sustainability and protecting service delivery in KwaZulu-Natal. Madam Deputy Speaker, the presentation is framed as the presentation of the unaudited non-financial performance information for the year ended 31 March 2026. Delivered as a management review, it also reflects the overall achievement of predetermined objectives for the year 25-26 and a dashboard for Q4 of the 25-26 financial year. The key message is this: we are measuring whether Treasury is doing what it's promised to do in the annual performance plan and whether our programs are delivering the governance, oversight systems that support the provincial financial stability and credibility. Overall performances, Madam Deputy Speaker, our overall performance dashboard shows that in the quarter under review, Q4, the department achieved 84% of the performance indicators, whilst the estimated annual performance, the department achieved an overall score of 87% against the 39 performance indicators. Each indicator has a specific target, and of the planned 521 targets, we achieved 484, a 93% achievement for the year. There were a number of overachievements based on the increase in demand for our services, but I'll unpack these under each program. There are strong results, particularly because Treasury's work is not a nice to have. It is the work that keeps government functioning, paying suppliers on time, strengthening procurement, governance, and producing credible budgets, maintaining financial systems, performing internal audits and risk work, and supporting municipalities to improve fiscal management. Performance by programs where we perform best and where, in fact, we need to direct our attention. Honourable members, our annual indicator performance across the 5 programs is reflected as follows. Program 4, Internal Audit Services, achieved 100% of it, partially achieved rather than fully achieved. For Q4 specifically, the department had 32 planned indicators. Fully achieved was 27 and 5 had not been fully achieved, resulting in an 84% achievement. In Q4, the program level performance was Program 1 at 60%, Program 2 at 90%, Program 3 at 71%, and Program 4 and 5 at 100%. Program highlights and what we delivered as Treasury. Program 1, Administration. Under the financial management, the department reports an unqualified audit opinion was received. 99.7% of suppliers' valid invoices were paid within 30 days. We strive for absolute 100% compliance in payment of invoices and have further strengthened the controls on the payment business process whilst holding officials accountable for their non-compliance. Procurement awarded to target groups. Our annual achievement there was 87.7% against an 80% target and 96% in Q4, demonstrating once again that the department's commitment to procuring from targeted groups is being achieved. SMS posts filled by females. Our target was 50%. We actually achieved 49.27% with a resignation in February, reducing our ratio to just below 50%. The department has prioritized the filling of future SMS posts for female applicants to ensure that we are able to reclaim our previous position. Must also be noted, Madam Deputy Speaker, that for 10 months of the year, we had in fact exceeded our target. Employment for people with disabilities, our target is 2%. Our achievement was 1.52%. This is an improvement from previous years as we took a slightly different approach in Treasury, given that previous strategies did not yield the required results. We appointed out a full complement of a third of our interns of people with disabilities in order to begin to grow our own timber. It is pleasing to note that we are starting to see applications for entry-level posts providing progressive full-time opportunities for these young interns. Madam Deputy Speaker, youth enrollment in the development program, our target was 5%. We achieved 11.8% and attributed to additional youth programs in Treasury, including internal audit, technician leadership and learnership, the SACA training program, interns and work-integrated learning, and of course our continued partnership with Facet, which provides financial support, allowing us to expand our intake. Honourable members, these are not soft measures. They go directly to building a pipeline of skills in public finance and audit capacity, which the province needs on a long-term basis. Program 2, the fiscal resource management. In the area of infrastructure management and economic analysis, the department reports the following. The annual socio-economic and estimates of capital expenditure plan was produced and tabled during my budget speech held earlier this year. There was a change in the research outputs with only one value for money assessment against the target of 2, as there was an urgent need to conduct research study on a revenue collection and implementation plan for the Department of Health. This, therefore, resulted in an overachievement of research reports, as only one report had been planned. Current and capital expenditure monitoring and closeout reports were produced as planned and timeously, and infrastructure capacity building interventions delivered to the targeted departments. The preliminary year-end results show good progress on the spending, and there are, however, continued concerns on the project management of infrastructure projects in the province. Various oversight structures, from the Legislature, various committees, to the Provincial Audit and Risk Committee, the committee we call PARC, to the Ministers' Committee on Budget and Cabinet, were provided with detailed oversight and early warning reports on critical areas that required attention. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the preliminary numbers are showing the impact of collective effort of these oversight structures. Members will recall that 2 adjustments had to be tabled in the year due to the additional funding provided by National Treasury. Honourable Deputy Speaker, these outputs are foundational to the financial recovery plan. Credible budget process, early warning, and evidence-based interventions are how we will prevent fiscal slippage and moving away from a reactionary approach. Program 3, the financial governance, that's SCM governance and accounting practices systems. On supply chain management, various support was provided to all institutions, including departments, entities, and municipalities. 20 SCM policies were reviewed against an annual target of 16. These reviews ensure that they are aligned to the applicable legislation, which enables operations to be informed by the correct policy. We've been requested on various occasions to review bid assessments and assess the level of compliance in order to detect the possible non-compliance before awards are made. Institutions should be congratulated for taking this proactive approach. 22 contract registers were reviewed against the annual target of 24 due to the non-submission of expenditure reports by institutions, which delayed the review process. The core rationale for such reviews is to provide a proactive measure in decreasing irregular expenditure, which in the main results from expired contracts. This will remain a key focus for Treasury in the future. On accounting practices and support, we have overachieved on all of our targets set. This is a result of an increase in the request for supports from our institutions. While we attempt to plan for the support during the year, we cannot ignore new requests that come through from departments, as this is critical to support Operation Clean Audit efforts. Treasury is responsible for supporting transversal financial systems that has excelled in this regard by ensuring that systems were available 99.4% against our original target of 97%. Honourable members, this is not an abstract performance. If transversal systems are down, payments are delayed, reporting weakens, and controls fail. This is why system availability and resolution times are core to provincial stability. Programme 4, the Provincial Internal Audit Services. The report reflects strong delivery in assurance and risk management, with all targets having been met despite mid-year the unit had to return back to 3 departments who were previously required to establish their own internal audit units. 118 audits were concluded during the year, with 56 oversight reports submitted to MECs. 20 risk assessments were undertaken in municipalities, including the review and guidance in strengthening internal audit functions at local government level. Honourable Deputy Speaker, internal audit and risk work is the quiet engine room of consequence management. It identifies control failures early, it supports stronger governance, and reduces the conditions that lead to irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure during the year, so that accounting officers can rectify before external audits commence. Programme 5, the Municipal Finance Management. Honourable members, municipal finance health has a direct bearing on provincial developmental outcomes. This work strengthens the full intergovernmental system, not only of the provincial departments. I'm pleased to report that the programme achieved all of its performance indicators and targets. This includes the assessment and support and review of 51 municipal budgets and preparing and publishing 471 quarterly budget performance reports. Various municipalities were also supported throughout the year in terms of the plan, and all projects were completed on time and on budget. These included financial statement reviews, financial management support projects, specialised project implementation, and revenue and debt management projects that were implemented. Treasury's critical role in driving the provincial financial recovery plan. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the financial recovery plan was approved by the Executive and launched in December last year, and this plan is executed through work streams that involve officials from all departments, and Provincial Treasury's role is to explicitly coordinate the various work streams. These work streams include departmental specific interventions, municipal support, fiscal and financial governance, revenue optimization, expenditure reduction and optimization, information technology, and communication and messaging. Honourable members, when you look at our annual performance results, you can see that Treasury's programme outputs align directly to the financial recovery plan. Departmental interventions and fiscal governance are supported through our budget process so that we have early warning reporting and the expanded support and reports issued to departments and all public entities. Municipal support is strengthened through the work delivered under Programme 5 and Programme 4, through budgets being evaluated, and Section 71.7 reporting, financial statement reviews, specialised project and risk assessment and audit functions are undertaken in municipalities. Expenditure reduction and optimisation is enabled through tighter governance of procurement and contract management, evidenced by SCM policy reviews and contract register reviews. Information technology, which underpins fiscal stability, is supported through strong transversal system performance, high availability, and improved resolution times, and the delivery of the dashboard to all critical oversight structures and executive management. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Financial Recovery Plan is not an event. It is a disciplined way of working, coordinating, tracked and focused on the impact. Treasury's annual performance demonstrates that the internal capability required to coordinate and to drive these work streams is in place, and that we are delivering on the working blocks of recovery, of oversight, of early warning, of governance and support. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Provincial Treasury, we strive for excellence. Overall, our message is clear. Provincial Treasury achieved the majority of its targets, whilst overachieving in a number of other areas. As we continue to drive the Provincial Financial Recovery Plan, we do so with a commitment to the following: produce and maintain credible budgets, provide early warning reports, taking decisive interventions, strong procurement and financial government, reliable financial systems, and finally, strengthened municipal financial management, because fiscal recovery is the condition for sustained service delivery. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Legislature for its oversight and its guidance. I acknowledge the work that the head of department in Treasury and all of those Treasury officials do, whose performance I have just reflected in this report. Ndiyabulela, Sondo.
Thank you so much, Honourable Rogers. We now move on to 9.10 on the order paper that was swapped. So it's the report by the MEC of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs on vote 4, departmental performance against their annual performance plans. It will be tabled by Honourable Kamadlo Pamtetwa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, members of the Executive Council, fellow citizens. It is my privilege to table before this House the report on vote 4, Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, reflecting on the department's performance against the 2025-2026 annual performance plan. Honourable members, the department committed to 76 performance targets for the 2025-2026 financial year. Today, I present a progress account that is both honest and balanced, recognizing achievements while also acknowledging areas that require improvement. Trust us. Importantly, I must emphasize that fourth quarter performance is still undergoing validation, and the final validation annual performance report will be submitted to the Auditor General by 31st May 2026. Overall performance overview. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the department has demonstrated steady performance across the 4 quarters. That is quarter 1 with 84%, quarter 2, 89%, quarter 3, 86%, quarter 4, 83%, which is still undergoing validation process. This reflects a department that is likely on track with the majority of targets either achieved or exceeded. A clear commitment to improving service delivery outcome as the year progressed. Encouragingly, several programs consistently performed at or near 100%, particularly trade and industry development, economic research, strategy and planning. However, the performance pressure remained in areas such as administration, particularly transformation and compliance indicators, environmental management, where operational and timing challenges persist. Program performance highlights. Let's go to program 1, which is administration. Honorable members, the department maintained 100% compliance in paying valid invoices within 30 days, demonstrating sound financial governance. Bayakhokhelwa abantu akulindwa la. Kuyakhokhwa ngempela. There has also been strong overperformance in preferential procurement, particularly African suppliers, up to 63% against a target of 65%. Women suppliers, up to 41% against a target of 20%. However, we must confront key challenges. There is severe underperformance in procurement from persons with disabilities, remaining below 1% against a target of 7%. Transformation at the senior management services, SMS level remain an area requiring focused attention, which female representation currently at 41% below the 50% target. Encouragingly, at the middle management service level, female representation stand at 56%, exceeding the set target and demonstrating positive progress towards gender equity with department. These are structural challenges that require deliberate corrective measures, including targeted recruitment and supplier development intervention. We go to program 2, which is integrated economic development services and business regulation. This program continues to be a key driver of inclusive economic growth. Listen carefully, here are the notable achievements included. 335 small enterprises incubated, far exceeding the annual target of 8. Instead of 8, we achieved 335.
Order, honorable members. Thank you.
58 market access opportunity facilitated, surpassing the target of 10. 808 social and informal entrepreneurs capacitated, more than 5 times the annual target. 335 Black-owned business supported to access market funding investment opportunities. In addition, over 1,300 business inspections were conducted, strengthening regulatory compliance. Consumer awareness program exceeded 1.500, improving consumer protection across the province. Municipal informal infrastructure project and employment initiative were successfully implemented in line with the target. Digital support to municipality for business licensing slightly exceeded the expectations. Program 3, Trade and Industry Development. This program recorded strong outcome in sector development, tourism, investment, and promotion. Notable achievements include 58 companies supported for export, far exceeding expectation. Successful implementation of strategic sector intervention and industrial projects. Continued support for tourism structures, products, and compliance initiative, all meeting or exceeding target. In addition, the department advanced district-based economic coordination aligned with the district development model. These results demonstrate progress in repositioning KwaZulu-Natal as a competitive investment and tourism destination. Program 4, Economic Research, Strategy and Planning. Honorable Speaker, this program also has achieved 100% performance across all quarters, deliverings. Here we speak of research report, economic publication, strategic frameworks. These outputs are critical in guiding evidence-based planning and policy development for the province. Program 5, which is environmental management. This program has delivered exceptional results, particularly in environmental sustainability and job creation. Key achievements include 8.375 work opportunities created through environmental program exceeding a target. 1,616,736 hectares cleared of invasive alien species, significantly surpassing the annual target. 1.254 environmental awareness activities conducted exceeding expectation. Strong compliance in EIA and waste license processing within legislated time frames. In enforcement, administrative notices and compliances inspection and exceeding planned target, reflecting strengthening regulatory oversight. In conclusion, honorable members, the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs remains committed to growing KwaZulu-Natal together through inclusive economic development, sustainable and environmental management, and accountable governance. While progress has been made, we acknowledge that more work remains to ensure that every target translates into a meaningful impact for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Therefore, I wish to say this department is in safe hands. I therefore table this report before this House for consideration. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Madloka Mthethwa. Honorable members, we then move on swiftly to item 9.11. Order, honorable members. The report by the MEC of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on Vote 11, departmental performance against their annual performance plans. Honorable MEC Buthelezi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, honorable members, in the spirit of accountability and upholding the principle of transparency, the report I table seeks to furnish details of the performance of COGTA in Q4 against the approved annual performance plan 2025-2026 to the Legislature. The department in the 2025-26 annual performance plan had 101 performance targets, and 89 of those were due for reporting in Q4. 83 of the 89 targets were successfully achieved, leaving the department with only 6 unachieved targets. The overall performance of the department in Q4 is sitting at 93%. Program 1, Administration. The program is mainly responsible for providing institutional administrative support to the core delivery programs, enabling productivity and delivery for the ultimate benefit of the clients, which are municipalities and the institution of traditional leaders. The indicators in Program 1 are oriented towards the achievement of the ideals of a capable, developmental, and ethical state, with the focus being in COGTA. There were 22 targets due for reporting by Program 1 in the fourth quarter. 18 of those were successfully achieved, with 4 not being achieved. The overall performance for this program is at 82%. Following our report in the first quarter, with regard to the non-payment of suppliers within 30 days, we can proudly report, Deputy Speaker, that with the implementation of the standard operating procedure and the enforcing of consequence management, we have managed to ensure 100% of our suppliers being paid within 30 days of the stipulated time period. Program 2, Local Government. This is a program that pillars the legislative mandate for provincial government to support, monitor, intervene, and capacitate the local government sphere for strengthened governance and for it to be able to manage its own affairs while delivering quality basic services to the communities they serve. In the fourth quarter of the current financial year, Program 2 had 27 targets to meet, and 26 were successfully executed and achieved, leaving the program with one unachieved target, and therefore the overall performance was recorded at 96%. The area of underachievement identified post-verification related to the key performance indicator, which is the development of the complaints management system. A target was set for the department to develop a complaints management system by March 2026. This target could not be met due to the challenges experienced in developing the final product of the system. Going forward, options of developing a software solution for the development of the system will be explored. In our last engagement, we had reported a challenge emanating from the implementation of the local government anti-corruption strategy in the first quarter, where assessments in Mpofana, Umkhanyakude, and Mtubatuba could not be concluded. We can report that as a result of implementing a catch-up plan, the assessment of all 54 municipalities were concluded by the fourth quarter. The Honorable Legislature, the House would also recall the challenge experienced in conducting indigent ward profiling. We can also confirm that after implementing the catch-up plan, all 44 municipalities who were supported in concluding the indigent ward profiling have done so successfully. Program 3 is development and planning. The purpose of the existence of this program is to ensure integrated and coordinated planning for development and infrastructure delivery, coherent local economic development, and spatial integration for sustainable delivery of services. A total of 30 targets were set for quarter 4 in the APP, and 29 were achieved, with one unachieved target. This led to performance of 97%. The unachieved targets related to the maintenance of 40 identified traditional administrative centers. No completion certificates were issued due to the non-establishment of the departmental contractor panel, which impacted on the appointment of contractor services. As part of the remedial action plan, the bulk of these services will be contracted to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in the 2026-2027 financial year. Program 4, Traditional Affairs. Good governance is critical for the institutions of traditional leadership to provide effective support to communities. And the purpose of this program is to support and enhance the capacity of traditional authorities. The overall quarter 4 performance for Program 4 is sitting at 100%. The program had 10 indicators due for reporting in quarter 4, and all 10 were achieved as planned. In conclusion, therefore, Deputy Speaker, corrective action plans are in place for unmet targets to be achieved ultimately, and to still deliver on the commitments as set out in the annual performance plan. Remedial action plans will continue to be implemented and monitored, and we can explain, as we have done for the various 4 programs, it gives us an average of 93%. The overall summary in terms of the departmental performance is such that out of a total of 105 targets contained in the 2025-2026 annual performance plan, a total of 99 targets were achieved, resulting in an overall performance of 94%. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, the Program 1 resulted in 92% achievement, and the department objective of obtaining a clean audit opinion, this target was not achieved for the 2025 audit cycle, and this was attributed to the department's non-compliance in the payment of suppliers within 30 days. The implementation of the audit action plan and the enforcement of consequence management has ensured our compliance in this regard. Therefore, in view of the fact that most of the unachieved targets are to be implemented in 2026-27, the department will continue to monitor corrective actions developed to address implementation efficiencies. It can also be confirmed that remedial actions are incorporated into the activities found in the 2026-27 annual operational plan. In terms of the indicators in APP Program 1, there were 26 indicators, 22 achieved, giving us 92%, and as the other three programs have been outlined. We wish to thank the provincial legislature, particularly the Portfolio Committee on COGTA, for their invaluable advice and input. Amakhosi yaseNdlunkulu, the HOD, Mr. Stelo Duma, and his team for the support and the work they do to ensure that we'll fulfill our obligations in terms of the mandate. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC. We will move on to item 9.12 in the agenda, report by the MEC of Transport on Vote 12, departmental performance against their annual performance plans. I invite MEC Duma to table that report.
Thank you so much, Bolanyama. Let's thank your stamina. So far, you've done a great job in ensuring that we are proceeding with this presentation. Honourable Speaker, honourable members of the August House, when we started the financial year, we offered to inspire hope for a better life for all. As you know, that the historical slogan of our movement was emphatic to the values of our people, the values of Ubuntu. We're always inspired by the pioneer in this department, former MEC Busiso Ndebele. He used to say that the road towards development is always under construction, which is what we are also highlighting as well as a matter of principle for this department. I'm just going to open a quote by one of an African icon, was a revolutionary, President Thomas Sankara, in open quote, "Our revolution is not a public speaking tournament. Our revolution is not a battle of fine phrases."
Order, honourable members. Order. You're drowning the speaker. You are drowning the speaker. Honourable members, you're just making this go not as fast. Yeah, you gotta have stamina. Honourable Duma, please continue.
Thank you so much for that protection, Honourable Speaker. I proceed. Our revolution is not simply for spouting slogans that are no more than signals used by manipulators trying to use them as catchwords, as code words, as a foil for their own display. Our revolution is and should continue to be the collective effort of revolutionaries to transform reality, to improve the concrete situation of the masses of our country. Close quote. As an executive authority, Honourable Speaker, we offer to ensure that the
Honourable Duma. Honourable members, I cannot hear the MEC table his report. No. It's not a back and forth. It is not a back and forth, honorable members. It's not a back and forth. Ngicela umute loyo okhulumayo. Honorable Duma, you may proceed.
I'm sure we all remember, Honorable Speaker, that these are not just administrative work. These are not just what must be consumed, but this is what we must serve as the delegates for our people on the ground. So today we are making a political statement and a reassurance to them that the government is indeed still caring. The government is still going to offer certain situations and solutions at the same time. We're not going to claim that everything has been achieved, but in all corners of KwaZulu-Natal, our people have tasted development, and eventually later on I'm going to expand when it comes to that, whether some have received road, whether it's a TAD, whether it's a gravel road, whether it's a maintenance project. Others have received vehicular bridges, others have received well-sized bridges, others have even received a strategic intervention when you are going to see a scholar transport in an area which was not existing in the past. So those are the milestones that has been achieved by the department. Indeed, the Department of Transport has done exceedingly well in terms of allocating every cent of the department to rehabilitate and repair our road networks, which resulted in less fatalities during even this Passover or Ipasika. Honorable Speaker, we recognize significant improvements in our roads, and even Minister Barbara Chris has alluded to that in a national TV. We stated throughout the year in various platforms that if we had enough budget, we would have ensured that more than 34,000 kilometers of our road network is tarred or transformed from gravel to durable and paved surfaces. However, Honorable Speaker, we've done our best with little resources. As you know, that all government departments, including Department of Transport, experience budget cuts as a result of shrinking fiscals in the country. We, however, stand here not to mourn and lament, but to performance report detailing our achievements in terms of strengthening our public transport system and transport infrastructure. This was on top of the agenda throughout the entire year. At the beginning of our financial year, Honorable Speaker Ngolanyama, we highlighted our understanding of the fact that confidence in the government is determined by the perception of how well it manages its resources, and even more so the integrity with which it executes this responsibility. We therefore present this report with high sense of pride, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Throughout the corners of the province and on various social media platforms, ordinary members of society are giving testimonies of how the department is improving service delivery and touching their lives for better and for the better and for what is going to be achieved even in the future, which is going to echo the sentiment of a legacy project. I'm proud of the excellent performance on all categories of staff and the head of office and in the regions. We have worked hard to ensure that we create a long-lasting legacy of a caring, competent, and a responsive yet proactive department. As you know, that ours is to create an enabling environment, but we must intervene from time to time. As you know, that will remain a disciplined force of the left who must protect those who are vulnerable in our communities. These are qualities against which we wanted to be measured at the end of this financial year, Honorable Deputy Speaker. At the beginning of financial year, we committed to ensuring that all categories of staff do not just pay lip service to the principles of Batupele, but they put people first in everything we do, from head office to regions. We want to thank the HOD and his collective for leading this process. Despite challenges like score migration from 5 to 6, which is well known in this House, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the late appropriation by National Parliament, which resulted into the issue of disbursement taking place later, and the issue of balancing act by Provincial Treasurer in the province of KwaZulu-Natal to pay all invoices of our departments, which is meant for this DOT on time. I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we must decimally break down this concept that if we have been allocated 13.5 billion in a financial year, it means that on a monthly basis for us to pay all the invoices, including the goods and services, we must submit 1.3 billion towards provincial treasurer. Then they must pay us. Unfortunately, because of the result that I've highlighted, the score migration, the issue of appropriation bill, in some instances, we are going to invoice 1.3, but we're only going to be paid 800 million. In some instances, the next month, you might do the same, but get even less, probably 700 million, even 500 million. We had to do what was a diligence report in ensuring that we balance out of all what is happening, which has been a hiccup in some instances. So I felt that I must highlight that process, but we still managed to prioritize service delivery for the benefit of ordinary members of society. So in fact, if you might have come across with a project that has been stopped, just remember that at the level of DOT, we had adequate money, but unfortunately, because the disbursement in the province is taking place at the level of provincial treasurer, which might then have to ensure that you disperse that to all the departments, even the concept of ensuring that those high departments must be balanced, taking into cognizance what is currently happening. At this stage, honorable members, let me reflect very quickly on key focal areas. Firstly, the department has a total of 16 quarterly indicators and 5 annual indicators recorded in the year 25-26 annual performance plan. A scorecard is presented depicting overall performance rating for the fourth quarter in particular. 21 indicators had output, 13 targets were achieved overall in this period, which equated to 62% achievement. 8 targets were not achieved, this equated to 38%. Overall, the department has achieved 62% for the financial year. In short, this simply means that the year department performance has improved from 40% in quarter 3 to 62%. We pause to congratulate all categories of staff for this improvement because we don't take it light, but we want to proceed with the journey of ensuring that we are more in the future to encompass the scope of achieving almost all what is created. Program 1 had 7 indicators with output, 6 indicators were achieved, only 1 indicator was not achieved. Program 2 had 8, only 2 had been achieved. Program 3 had 2 indicators with 1 indicator was achieved and 1 indicator not achieved. Program 5 had 4 indicators with 4 indicators were achieved and 1 was not. Then let us thus galavant straight towards the administration, which is Program 1. We've delved deeper in the issue of training session for finance. At this stage, honorable members, we wish to pause and highlight our steady improvement in terms of the overall management of our finances. We conducted more than 14 trainings for staff in the CFO and SCM offices, as well as bid committees. As you know, that we're an infrastructure department which is making practical for declaring transport or declaring this province as a construction site. From all the corners of the province, you either come across with a maintenance, you either might come across with a resale or rehabilitation, you might come across with a bridge that has been constructed. It is as a result of what we are currently trying to achieve. We place special emphasis on effective supply chain practices and elimination of inadequate contract management and uncompetitive or unfair procurement processes. I'm sure you're all aware that as a result of that, we have achieved unqualified audit opinion, although with some outstanding matters. On digital transformation strategy, in the era of digital transformation strategy, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we had 7 clear interventions focusing on using cutting-edge technology to improve the public transport system, which is why that we were accoladed by public service on one project coming from the province of KwaZulu-Natal as the best project. We are the only province of department transport which achieved that. On the issue of vacant posts, honorable members, at the beginning of financial year, we set ourselves a target of contributing significantly in ending chronic unemployment. We wish to report that we managed to fill 429 vacant posts up to date. Communication intervention, we must also hasten to point out that throughout the financial year, we focus on communicating interventions. For instance, during festive season, on Passover weekend, we ensure that there is a visibility of the department. We intensified our road safety campaigns with RTI Amahle behind the hashtag Nenzani Ezweni operations, which has just become a household phenomenon and known by almost everyone in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. On gender-based violence, we deliberately intensified programs focusing on fighting gender-based violence. We hosted more than 4 information sessions with some aid at empowering women to be self-sufficient financially. In this regard, they were subcontracted in various construction, which is part of our policy. On Program 2, Transport Infrastructure, honorable members, on Program 2, we are happy that during Q4, we achieved a target consolidating transport infrastructure plans. In addition, we managed to develop a clear road transport infrastructure long-term plan in this quarter. On Program 3, which deals with transport operations, we consider as the greatest achievement the fact that as part of strengthening the public transport system, we have subsidized almost 2,074 routes in deep rural areas and the township. These subsidies have helped in addressing historical service neglect and are a crucial part of the point of transport in ensuring that we provide a balanced and sustainable public system. I'm sure you know by now that public transport, they almost commute 70% on a day-to-day, which is why we work closer with Santaco in ensuring and Guanabako and other areas just to ensure that we have this process performed correctly. I must also point out that the provision of free transport for learners has come at a great cost, as Honorable Shlomuga as well, MEC Shlomuga has also highlighted the achievement, the pros and cons of this program. As all you know, we have to prioritize 300 million from infrastructure to fund scholar transport. So it must be noted as such. On Program 4, transport regulations, honorable members, the department has generated more than 3 billion through registering and licensing vehicles and drivers. This money has been redistributed to various government departments for service delivery. We remain determined to ensure a safe transport environment by regulating traffic on public infrastructure, enforcing the law, implementing road safe education. In this past weekend alone, through hashtag Nenzani Ezweni operations, road traffic inspectorate arrested more than 120 motorists for drunken driving. A total 5,689 motorists have been arrested since 15 August 2025. On a lighter note, Honorable Deputy Speaker, even members from this House will phone from time to time that MEC, you are doing a great job. Is this weekend, where are the RTIs? I will say that I don't know anything about their checking spot, but what I know, they are on the ground. They were removed from our road networks before they could kill innocent people and in the process create orphans and widows. So we're deliberating on those people that are saying that they've been arrested. On Program 5, Madam Speaker, during this process, we successfully staged 58 community participation engagements. We understand that we are government of the people, and therefore at all times, for the people, by the people, we must close the gap between ourselves and people on the ground. Critically, we created almost 54,510 job opportunities for community members throughout the corners of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. They work 5,120,121 days, as you might know in the calendar. So it's a critical path for us. Youth emakhaya. It is as a result of this effort. Underperforming indicators, we are just going to highlight them as well, Honorable Speaker. Program 1, in terms of compliance with procurement plan, we achieved 40% instead of 85% we set as a target. Regarding Program 2, we managed to upgrade 1531 kilometers of gravel roads to surface road instead of target of 58. A total of 5 new major vehicle bridges were constructed instead of 7. 1 pedestrian bridge was constructed instead of 2. We rehabilitated 810,393 square meters of surface road instead of 1.6 million square kilometers in the province. We resealed 70,000 square meters of surface road instead of 254,000. We re-gravel 1,079 kilometers road instead of 1,089. Wish to express our appreciation to the honorable members of this august house. The support that we get from the portfolio committees, from the chairperson and the entire august house has been on a proper ensuring that we are monitored on a day-to-day basis, which is something that we take very serious. Through road infrastructure project, we created job opportunities for 1,000 people in deep rural areas. We successfully ensured the employment of young people who are affected by unemployment. In each region and district, we have met with Amakosi Asendlunkulu to introduce all the contractors to build or rehabilitate much-needed roads. We undertake to continue to work with them to build a winning province. Equally, we want to thank the religious leaders for the spiritual guidance and prayers that they are doing almost on those hotspots and support. We thank them for supporting families for the victims on road accidents. I want to thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for according us this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Honorable Duma. We will move on swiftly to item 9.13, report by the ABC of Social Development on Vote 13 departmental performance against their performance plans. I invite Honorable Shinga to table the report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Speaker.
Honorable Shing, oh, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm here to give the
order, honorable members,
on the position of social development services in my capacity as the MEC for social development. The background KwaZulu-Natal Department of Social Development remains committed to contribute towards a noble objective of confronting the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, guided by the medium-term development plan 2024 to 2029 and the National Development Plan 2030. As a result, the department continues to explore innovative ways that will assist in increasing access to social development services to the citizens of KwaZulu-Natal province in an environment that is characterized by rapid change and fiscal constraints. The purpose of this report is to provide a summary of progress made by the department in providing developmental, social welfare, and community development services to the citizens of KwaZulu-Natal from the period of the 1st of April to the 31st of December 2026. On Program 1, Administration, the department has put measures in place to improve overall governance and management systems within the department. Key amongst these include financial management, supply chain management that includes suspending procurement of non-essential items, and secondly, the payment of suppliers within 30 days. The department has seen significant improvement in this, which was 98% during the fourth quarter. The savings, Speaker, on average, the department pays most of its suppliers in less than 10 days now. Human resource management, the improvement of financial management mechanism had positive spin-offs for other administrative aspects. Savings accrued enabled the department to fill 128 critical vacant funded posts. Under audit outcomes over the past few years, financial years, the department has seen a steady improvement in the audit outcomes. For the 2024-2025 financial year, the department received a clean audit opinion on performance information and an unqualified audit opinion with findings on annual financial statement. During the 2026-2027 financial year and outer years of the MTEF, the department will continue to explore and implement innovative ways to improve administrative governance mechanisms. Some of the key focus areas will be the following. Harnessing digital transformation. This will include the finalization and implementation of the department's medium-term ICT strategic plan, developing and implementing a fit-for-purpose organizational structure that will enable its operations and service delivery, and developing and implementing a change management strategy that will integrate all collective efforts and lead us to the transformational organizational success that we desire. Madam Speaker, on social welfare services, which is Program 2, social grants are a cornerstone of South Africa's poverty alleviation strategy, providing essential financial support to over 28 million people. However, without an integrated, comprehensive and inclusive system, the province of KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa at large will struggle to address deep-seated and structural poverty, unemployment and inequality. Beyond social grants, social welfare services play a critical role in the country's long-term development by investing in human capital, promoting social stability, and integrating vulnerable people into the economy. Through the social welfare services, the program, the department continue to provide for the needs of older persons, persons with disabilities, as well as people affected by HIV and AIDS and disasters. Services to older persons. Caring for older persons provide human dignity, protection and safety as many face poverty, limited access to services, and the need for daily assistance. Services rendered include the following: management of elder abuse. About 530 cases were reported, and all of them were managed in line with the relevant protocols. Residential care, 2,664 received 24-hour care in 44 residential facilities that are spread across the KZN province. Community-based care, 14,970 received care and support services through 365 community-based care and support service centers. Awareness and education program. As the MEC, I was able to lead the department in commemorating the International Day for Older Persons on the 1st of October 2025 at the Gwabadala Old Age Home in Nkandla local municipality to raise awareness about aging, the rights of the elderly, and the need for their care. Outreach programs, radio slots, and social media platforms were also used to educate the public about older persons' rights, services, and aging. Services to people with disabilities. People with disabilities continue to face social exclusion, deep-seated stigma, and poverty. In response to this, the department provided the following services to respond to the plight of persons with disabilities. 1, community outreach programs. The department commemorated the International Albinism Awareness Day jointly with World Elder Abuse Awareness Day on 23 June at Ngoba area under Ukahlamba local municipality within Utsugela district. Media platforms were utilized to educate the public about issues affecting persons with disabilities. Secondly, on residential care, 960 received 24-hour care in 20 residential facilities, of which 1 is state-owned and 19 are managed by NPOs that are funded by the department. Thirdly, community-based care, 2,636 received care and support services through 58 funded social and life skills community centers across the KZN province. And fourthly, community-based rehabilitation program. Over 1,800 persons with disabilities benefited from the CBR program, a multi-sectoral community development strategy that promotes the rehabilitation, equalization of opportunities, and social inclusion of people with local communities. On HIV, Madam Deputy Speaker, the KZN HIV and AIDS multi-sectoral strategy is driven by the provincial implementation plan for HIV, TB, and STIs of 2023 to 2028, which aligns the National Strategic Plan of 2023 to 2028 to combat the 3 epidemics as public health threats by 2030. The department continued to implement programs that contribute towards the prevention of the new infections and mitigating the psychosocial impact of HIV and AIDS. Social and behavior change. A total of 113,282 beneficiaries were reached. These include CHOMI and YOLO to contribute towards the reduction of risky sexual behavior, teenage pregnancy, and substance abuse amongst children and the youth, as well as the Men Championing Change program. Psychosocial support services, a total of 25,773 beneficiaries were provided with psychosocial support services. These services are aimed at promoting the mental, social, and emotional well-being of vulnerable individuals, families, and communities. Awareness and education programs. Through the commemoration of the World AIDS Day and other outreach programs, the department continued to raise awareness and educate communities about HIV and AIDS. Social relief of distress. Climate change has significantly changed the weather patterns. In KZN province, we have observed the intensified intensity, frequency, and the duration of disasters. More than 43,645 victims of disasters received social relief of distress. Children and families, that's program 3. Increasing access to quality child and family care contributes to social well-being of individuals and communities, and ultimately the prosperity of the society. The department continued to provide compendium of care and support services aimed at improving the social well-being of children and building strong, resilient, and cohesive families. Services to families. The family serves as a cornerstone of socialization, social stability, and long-term development of the society. The department rendered a basket of integrated care and support services targeting different family members. Family preservation programs. Close to 65,800 family members were reached through family preservation programs. Such services include counseling individuals and families in crisis, family therapy, and marriage preparation and enrichment. Parenting programs. 50,000 family members participated in parenting programs. Such programs also target teenage parents. Family reunification. A total of 1,326 family members were reunited with their families. Such services include counseling and mediation services to facilitate reintegration of family members within their families. Addressing homelessness. 60 homeless persons were provided with services. 32 were referred to substance use disorder treatment centers, and 28 were reunited with families. Madam Speaker, under the Boys Development Program, this program was implemented across all districts, reaching over 3,600 boys. This including strengthening partnership with the Zulu Royal House and capacity building of Izinduna, headmen, and Abatidiyeli Bamabutho, commanders of warriors. Child care and protection. Investing in child care and protection services contributes toward enhancing cognitive development, enabling female labor force participation, boosting economic productivity, and reducing societal costs related to crime and health crisis. The department provided a variety of child care and protection services, including the following: management of child abuse. A total of 2,945 reported cases of child abuse were attended to and managed in line with the protocol for the management, violence, child abuse, and neglect and exploitation. Foster care, a total of 939 children were placed on foster. As a result, the number of children with valid foster care orders increased to 37,836. Close to 100 children in foster care were reunited with their families. Adoption, the department continues to facilitate provision of adoption services. 15 adoption cases were finalized by DSD social workers. Partnerships, the department continues to strengthen partnership with organizations like Santaco, KZN, Scholar Transport to protect children on school transport. Community outreach program, the department continued to conduct various awareness campaigns to educate the public about rights of children as well as their safety. Care and related matters. Key activities include Child Protection Week, Hold My Hand campaign, and Voices of Children. Partial care. Under partial care services, they play a crucial role in providing care, protection, and developmental support for children when their parents or caregivers are working, seeking employment, or unavailable. A total of 1,008 children received care in 50 registered partial care sites in the province. Child and youth care centers. Madam Speaker, child and youth care centers provide residential care to more than 6 children outside their family environment. There are 68 child and youth care centers in the province. 7 are owned by the state and 61 are managed by NPOs that are funded by the department. Over 3,220 children received care and support services in child and youth care centers across the province, and 294 were reunited with their families. Community-based prevention and early intervention program. The department continued to implement a Risika program, which means to look after in Sitsonga, a community-based prevention and early intervention program that seeks to move orphans and vulnerable children from vulnerability to resilience by providing a core package of services through child and youth care workers. Drop-in centers. There are 184 centers that are funded to provide community-based prevention and early intervention programs. Community-based prevention and early intervention program, a total of 114,668 children were reached with such programs. Identification of child-headed households, panels for recognition of child-headed households were appointed in all districts. Restorative services, which is program 4, social crime and gender-based violence and femicide. Apologies, Madam Speaker. Gender-based violence and femicide and substance abuse remain a deeply entrenched crisis across KZN communities. The department continued to partner with relevant stakeholders and implemented a variety of interventions to address such social ills. Social crime prevention and support on this sub-program adopts a proactive development approach towards reducing the root causes of crime, violence, and victimization instead of relying solely on law enforcement. Social crime prevention programs, a total of 266,891 people were reached on such programs. This includes activations that the department undertook in collaboration with the Durban University of Technology, Mangosuthu University of Technology, and the National Department of Social Development. Care and support services, over 31,800 victims of crime and violence access support services. Diversion programs, Such programs are crucial in redirecting child offenders away from formal criminal justice procedures toward restorative, rehabilitative, and community-based interventions. Over 1,850 children in conflict with the law had completed diversion programs. Secure care centers. Secure care centers play a crucial role in providing services to children in conflict with the law. There are 3 state-run social care centers in KZN, namely Sinetemba in Newcastle and Amajuba district, Excelsior in Pinetown within eThekwini Metro, and Valley View in Clare Estate, also within eThekwini Metro. These secure care centers also implemented an anti-gang strategy. Victim empowerment program, gender-based violence and femicide continues to persist in the province. Through partnering with other relevant stakeholders, the department continued to implement the KZN GBVF strategy, focusing on response, care support, and healing. Psychosocial support services, over 31,800 victims of crime and violence accessed these services. Shelters, on 22 August 2025, the MEC launched the Zululand District Shelter.
Honorable Shinga, your time is up. Thank you so much for the report. Honorable members, can we move on to the last report for the day, the report of the MEC of Public Works and Infrastructure on Vote 14, Departmental Performance against the Annual Performance Plans. Thank you, honorable members. I invite Honorable Mayor to table his report.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure who's going to listen to me this time of the afternoon, but I'll do my job. Accountability is a term we hear often. Too often it is invoked only after something has gone wrong. It is associated with consequence, with correction, with punishment. But in the new KwaZulu-Natal Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we have chosen to reclaim the true meaning. Accountability is the obligation to take full ownership of our actions and to disclose our results openly and transparently. It is not merely about answering for failure, it is about taking control of our responsibilities, understanding our impact, and ensuring that the people we serve can see and judge our work. We embrace this understanding, and everything is beginning to change. One of our greatest challenges was that the community did not fully understand or appreciate the role of public works and infrastructure in improving their lives. At times, we are also found wanting. In other instances, we allowed to others to speak on our behalf. But that has changed. We recognize the responsibility rests with us. And in that recognition, there is not only duty, but freedom. We are no longer reactive. We are no longer defined by others. We are the architects of our own direction. That is why members of this House are not the first to receive this report. We took it to our people in KwaZulu-Natal first. Through our citizens' reports, we presented this work directly to our true principals, the true bosses we work for, the citizens of this province, and invited their feedback. That feedback has already shaped action. One example is the introduction of our whistleblower portal to combat corruption and mismanagement within the EPWP. So let's start with capacity and recognizing excellence. With a change in the mindset came a change in outcomes. We've made 62 new appointments, including the appointment of Dr. Vish Govender as head of the department. We've implemented 46 promotions, resulting in women now making up 50% of our senior management structure. We trained 1,289 employees, awarded 10 bursaries. Before investing in skills is investing in the future of this department. At the same time, we reduced irregular expenditure involving employees by 55%, and other irregular expenditure has dropped to almost nothing. These are not just numbers. They reflect a department that is becoming more capable, more ethical, and more representative. But accountability begins at home, but it does not end there. As the custodian of the built environment, we recognize that we are responsible for advancing women within this sector. That responsibility cannot be outsourced. This is why we established in this year that we're reporting on the She Builds Advisory Committee. This initiative brings together women professionals across qualifications, experience levels, and industry gradings. From the outset, they identified critical barriers facing women in their sector: institutional discrimination from financial institutions, targeting by extortionists, and exclusion from key industry networks. Today, SheBuilt is actively addressing these challenges and continues to provide direct guidance to me as the executive authority. We thank the Honourable Premier for his support in this. Through his partnership, the empowerment of women is not an aspiration, but a priority. The GPU truly understands that to end GBV, we must put the empowerment of women front and centre. On the expanded public works programme, known as the EPWP, accountability also means creating real opportunities for those who need them most. We set a target of 100,000, apologies, let me start again. We set a target of 135,238 work opportunities for the past financial year. We exceeded that target by creating 155,256 opportunities, exceeding by more than 20,000 our target. Of these, 70% went to women, exceeding our 60% target. 3% went to persons with disabilities, exceeding our 2% target. But beyond the numbers, it is the outcomes that matter. I recently attended a prize-giving ceremony for young people who completed a furniture-making program. Some of these individuals have since started their own businesses and are now employing others. This is what EPWP should be, not temporary relief, but a pathway to independence and dignity. Because of KwaZulu-Natal's performance, Minister McPherson and his department will launch the reformed EPWP here in May, making this province the first to implement the new reformed model. Accountability means recognizing our obligations to those who build this province. We are responsible for thousands of contractors. When payments are delayed, we did not deflect, we engaged. We work closely with client departments to resolve outstanding issues. As a result, amounts owed to the department, which once stood at 737.4 million, have been significantly reduced. One client department alone paid us over 300 million. This enabled us to release over 550 million rand to contractors and bring payments back within the 30-day requirement of this government. We thank our client departments, particularly Education and Health, as well as Provincial Treasury, for their cooperation and commitment. And to the contractors, you are the hands that build our schools and our hospitals. So let this message be clear. Those who seek to exploit the system has no place here. But those who are committed to building KwaZulu-Natal with integrity will find a willing and supportive partner in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Our partnership with contractors extends beyond payment. Together with law enforcement, communities and industry stakeholders, we have taken a firm stand against criminal disruptions in the construction sector. At one point, KwaZulu-Natal experienced an average of 60 disruptions per month by the construction mafia. Today, we have gone 13 consecutive months without single disruptions on any projects led by this department and less than 8 in the whole industry. This is a significant achievement. One of the most symbolic moments in this journey was the completion of Menzi High School, which had previously been affected by violent disruptions. Its completion, marked on Human Rights Day, stands as a testament to what is possible when we act collectively against criminality. We are not an ostrich department. We don't bury our heads in the sand. We admit our challenges and we confront them. Thus, we are also confronting long-standing structural challenges. The department faces a historical municipal rates bill of 1.7 billion rand a year. While this debt predates the current administration, we have accepted responsibility for resolving it. We have engaged with SALGA, with COCTA, and Provincial Treasury, as well as ratepayers associations. Among the solutions proposed is the exemption of schools from paying rates, which would save us approximately 320 million rand annually. We are also exploring mechanisms such as ring-fencing proceeds from property disposals and negotiating structured settlements with municipality. We are not avoiding this challenge, we are addressing it head-on. We have entered the next phase of our digital transformation journey, Madam Deputy Speaker. The implementation of e-leave and e-procurement systems marks a significant step towards full digitization. Our goal is to be a paperless department. This will strengthen transparency, reduce opportunities for corruptions in procurement, and improve turnaround times for maintenance, reporting, and service delivery. As Nelson Mandela once said, for anybody who changes his principles depending on whom he is dealing with, that is not a man who can lead a nation. The same holds true for province and for department. This department operates in an environment where the temptation of personal gain is ever present. That is precisely why principled leadership is essential, both politically and administratively. We have in this last year chosen to put principles first, and the results are evident. Unauthorized expenditure has declined significantly. We have invited external organizations such as Corruption Watch and the Organization Undoing Tax Abuse, or OTA, to scrutinize our work and strengthen our anti-corruption efforts. When our officials and I were threatened, we did not retreat, but we stood firm. 2 principles now guide this department. 1, when in doubt, return to the principle. And as the MEC of Finance, MEC Rogers, also reminds us, always put your principles over politics. This is the new Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, a department grounded in principle. In conclusion, with a few minutes to spare, Madam Speaker, I'm sure everybody will be very happy. Accountability is what turns vision into results. It is not optional. It does not happen by accident. It is intentional, and it is constant. During the 2025-2026 financial year, we took ownership of both our successes and our shortcomings, because true strength lies in honesty. I am proud of how far this department has come in such a short space of time. We are building a new way of working, one defined by responsibility, transparency, and results. A way that ensures every resource, every skill, and every effort is aligned to serve the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this is a new Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We are not yet perfect, but we have laid a firm foundation. And in this department, we are builders. We understand foundations. Now we build on them. We will build higher, we will build better, we will build faster, we will build a better department, we will build better schools, better clinics, better infrastructure. Together, we will build KwaZulu-Natal better. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mayor. Honourable members, that was the last item on our agenda. There are no announcements, but just to say the House will stand adjourned until the 30th of April, which is next week, Thursday. Thank you so much. Travel safely.